Started here. I'm going to need everybody's help with the volume. If that's too loud, please let me know ASAP. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky, and once again today we are going to attempt to recreate another one of my favorite paintings. Today we're going to be looking at Frida Kahlo, the great Mexican painter, surrealist, and personality. Sorry, there's construction like literally right behind my door. I thought that was like an alarm. No, it's just construction. Anyway, sorry. Yeah, we're gonna attempt to recreate this painting, which I should say right at the top there is a detail from a much larger painting called Self-Portrait, dedicated to Leon Trotsky from 1917. I love her self-portrait in this image here. It's for me, it's like when I think of Frida Kahlo, I think of this picture, of this self-portrait, and also, probably most importantly, it's something that I think is relatively achievable for most of the people who might be watching today's episode. Unlike some of her other self-portraits, which are more complex, this one I think is doable for a much larger number of people. So let's go into the plan for today. We're going to, in a few moments, talk about how difficult today's painting is. Is this something you want to try doing, or is this something a little too difficult for you? We'll talk about that. We'll talk about materials required. We'll do the image transfer. I'll show you how to get this picture on the canvas so that you don't have to worry about drawing it, unless you want to do my drawing course and try to draw it. Then we're going to stain it with some color. And then we're also going to, we're going to talk briefly about Frida Kahlo's biography as well as today's painting. I have to pick my daughter up in less than 5 hours from school, so I don't have a lot of wiggle room today, so I might have to cut this a bit short. Or, well, the biography component. I want to finish the painting. And then we're going to bounce around, background, foreground, background, and then we got to be done in less than 5 hours, so that's where we'll be here. Okay. The neighbors across the street tore their house down, and there's a big empty pit there and giant trucks coming and going all day, so hopefully it won't be too disruptive. So what we want to talk about right now is how difficult is today's painting? Is this something you want to try doing? So let's refer to the scale of difficulty. So here's the scale. We begin at beginner, novice, intermediate, advanced, and ultimately expert. So the beginner is someone who's never seen me before, never picked up a paintbrush before, certainly hasn't done any of the other classes as part of this series yet. This would be way too complex. There's a lot of difficult things we're going to be talking about here. This is definitely not a beginner painting. Is this a novice painting? Maybe you've done the color wheel with me. You've maybe painted 1 or 2 paintings beforehand. You could try doing this. I had a student in one of my in-person classes over the past few weeks that this was really his 3rd painting he had ever done, and he actually did a pretty good job. So it's possible that you could do this if you were a novice painter, if this is one of your first paintings, but that's a pretty tall ask. It might be discouraging if it doesn't turn out the way you want, and that's the last thing I want to do. So I would say this is comfortably within the intermediate sphere of abilities. I think if you've done maybe a dozen paintings with me before, you're a little bit familiar with techniques called like glazing, this painting should be pretty straightforward. It shouldn't be too complex. There's certainly lots of other Frida Kahlo paintings that are much more difficult than this. This is, I would say, one of the easier Frida Kahlo paintings to do. So if you're working on this and you're like, oh man, this is pretty tough, the reason why I selected this one is that this is about as easy as it gets. So, and yeah. Unless you're, wait, yeah, we'll talk about her biography here. Advanced, yeah, you should have no problem, and neither should the expert here. So, I'm going to say today's painting is a number 3 on the scale of difficulty. Look at all the people in the chat there. There's Bella says, looking forward to this painting. I love to learn portrait painting. Stephanie says, good morning. Just listening today. Happy painting, everyone. Brian says, hello. Can't stick around to see, but I'm glad to see one of Mexico's greatest painters, Frida Kahlo, waving the Mexico flag. Have a nice day, everyone. Bella says, good afternoon, everyone, from Toronto, Ontario. Great sketch of Frida. Katie says, hello, all. This looks like an interesting challenge. I've got to try it after work. Have a great painting session, everyone. And there's Kathy. Hi, Kathy. Hello, everyone. I love Frida Kahlo. Pascaline. Wow, we got the whole crew, the whole band back together. And Megan. Hi, Megan says, love Frida. Okay, everybody. I think we're ready to jump into this painting. Where's the next step here? Let's talk briefly about materials required. I did a full hour and a half to almost 2 hour long episode diving into great deal of depth about the materials that one might need to make any of these paintings. So I'm just going to do the quick summaries of that. If you want to, you can download the free supply guide from the Dropbox. It's in the very first folder at the very beginning of that, because inside this will link to a folder. There's about 250 almost 300 other folders. Supply guides at the very, very top. You can download it, print it out. You can look at it on your phone while you're standing in an art supply store. It has images and all sorts of information in there so that you can do exactly what I'm doing here on camera. We're going to be painting on a 9x12 sized canvas board with acrylic paint. I did, last week I showed how to gesso a canvas and then to sand it down so we get a nice smooth surface to paint on. And if you're making a painting like this, where there's, you know, not a lot of detail, but where the detail is, let's say, in the eyes, having a smoother surface is going to make your life a lot easier. So an extra coat of gesso, sand it down the next day after it's fully dried. It'll make your life so much easier. I always say to have a couple of extra rags nearby in case the problems hit the fan. So because when you don't have the rags, you can guarantee that's what's going to happen. I saw it just yesterday. Somebody spilt a whole jar of acrylic paint all over themselves and the table. I have no idea how that happened, but it made quite the mess. And they were wearing their Sunday best. So again, be prepared for an accident, because when it happens, you will regret not being prepared. So we're going to use 7 tubes of paint, because we don't really need our own black, because we can make our own black. We're going to use the split primary palette technique method here. That's using 2 yellows, 2 reds, 2 blues. If all of this again sounds bizarre and weird, you may want to go back and watch some of the early episodes in this Master Study series, because it goes into depth about all of this. But essentially, there's no such thing as a neutral color. Every color is either warm or cool. Some are kind of room temperature, but they're either warm or cool. And the importance of knowing this is it helps us mix the colors we want. You just have to ask yourself, do I want to paint something in the foreground, and therefore it should be warm, or cool in the background? Because warm colors advance, cool colors recede. So, you know, we're painting a portrait. Almost all of the face is going, and the hair and clothing, warm colors. Almost everything in the background is going to be usually cool colors. So that, again, simplifies the palette a great deal, and it creates a great deal of, like, very simply creates depth in a painting, even an abstract painting. So I'm just going to breeze through this, the paints that I'm going to use. I'm going to use these Amsterdam standard paints. I'm not sponsored or paid by the company at all. And I love these paints. They are, I think, the best bang for your buck. You can't get less expensive, higher quality paints as far as I'm concerned. Again, it's not going to be the best paint you can get. You know, probably one of the better ones you could get would be these golden paints. But they are about 3 times the price for about 1/3 the amount of paint. They are better, but is it worth the price point for most people watching? Probably not. So I'm going to breeze through a whole bunch of these other paints here. El Superhero says, "Good morning." Hello, my friend. Is that what it says? So I haven't used all of these paints. This is just me looking at the various different websites, and these are my suggestions as the colors you could use if you're using any of these brands. There's a few, though, that I have used, like Museum Color out of Toronto and Peebo out of France. Peebo particularly is maybe the largest paint brand on earth. And so the fact that they add way too much white into their paint makes it basically useless for doing what we're doing. Every brand puts a little bit of white as a filler to make their colors a little bit more opaque, but Peebo does way too much. I've never used Mary's or Fevicryl, but people in our community have and have posted pictures of their difficulties. So I'm suggesting not to use those paints. They are very inexpensive paints anyway. They're kind of like dollar store level paints. And anything you get from the dollar store is going to have a very pastel-like quality, and that just means there's a lot of white in there. So I don't recommend these 4 brands of paint for success. Maybe for other things, but not for this. Okay, so let's get the image on the canvas, and I'll talk about how to do this. Now, of course, you could take my free drawing course here on YouTube. I did that 5 years ago. Millions of people have watched those episodes and hopefully done the exercises. It's the most popular thing I've ever done in my life, and so if you want to learn how to draw, you can take that course. However, one thing that might make your life a little bit easier is if you go to the same Dropbox folder where you downloaded the supply guide, you can download a copy of the outline. So let's just go here. If you click on the link that I just showed there, or it's also in the description below, there's your supply guide right at the top. And then we're going to scroll down. Where is it to? Frida Kahlo Intermediate, and you'll see the self-portrait. Today's picture is right here. So you click into this folder, you'll see that there's the original tracing in a JPEG and a PDF form, as well as the original painting and the detail. So you got 4 files in there to look at. Let's just take a look. So there's the original, there's the detail, the cropped version that I've created, just so we can focus really on the face. And there's the outline that I've created. So again, I'm going to be painting on a 9x12 sized canvas board or canvas panel, same thing. And again, I've gessoed it, and then I sanded it down the next day, so it just has a smoother surface than this does when it comes right out of the plastic. You can buy these same sort of canvases from the local dollar store. These ones I did order off of Amazon, and I think it's really the only art supply that I regularly get off of Amazon. I find almost every single other art supply on Amazon to be 2, 3, 4 times more expensive than it is at my local art supply store. So, despite how convenient Amazon can be, not so great for art supplies. Okay, so what I've just done here is I put a sheet of carbon paper, like a graphite paper, very similar kind of thing, in between these 2 layers. And let's just do a quick line here to see if it's working. It's always a good idea to double check so that you don't spend 20 minutes doing the tracing and realize it's just created a negative image on the back side of the handout here. Now this earring has a lot of detail in it. I hope today I'm able to have time to do all of this. I'm just going to quickly sketch it in. If not, this will all just become part of her black hair, or very, very dark hair, I should say. Not quite totally black because of all of these details in here. Again, just showing that's coming across onto the other side. I sometimes see people pressing so hard when they do this that they are like pushing the pen into the paper, going over their lines a dozen times. So it's being a little bit light on the eyebrows because I'm not exactly sure how I'm going to paint those at the moment. So I'm going to keep that fairly light, so it gives me some options. The tape just moved. Okay. Well, I'm glad it just moved after I did all the details in her face. Otherwise, this would be pretty awkward. So it looks like she shaved her eyebrows off, which is kind of funny, but... Okay. El Superhero says, love the look of your new setup. Thank you, my friend. Kathy says, I'll have to check in periodically today. That's awesome. Great. Okay. So, let's move on. Ooh, it's starting to warm up here in Vancouver, Canada, where I am right now. And, this is the warmest it's been in this studio since I moved to this new studio. There's Ari. Hi, Ari. Nice to see you there in the chat. Now that I've got my image on the canvas, I want to take a moment here to apply the Imprimatura. So the Imprimatura is a stain that I'm going to apply across the surface of the painting. You don't need to do this, although I would encourage and recommend it. There's lots of different reasons to do an Imprimatura. And artists have been doing this for about, I don't know, 600 years. Certainly a lot of artists today don't do that, although if you've gone to art school, you should have learned how to do this. I just realized I forgot to fill up my water. I'm going to be right back here. Okay, so I've applied a little bit of my warm yellow to the surface here, right out of the tube. I'm going to put some water on there, maybe just a bit more. I love this brush here. This brush I've been using for, I think, for maybe every single episode I've done as part of the Master Study series. The ferrule, the metal part, came away from the metal handle of the brush. So I just used some epoxy to glue it back, but I also used a piece of rag to help ensure that the glue had purchase here. So it's kind of, you know, been jerry-rigged together here, and I love that. There's something to be said about using brand new, fresh, clean, state-of-the-art materials. There's also something to be said about, you know, using the same tool over and over and over again, even if it's not the best. Maybe it even has a few little defects here, but the familiarity and comfort one might have with a tool like this just feels comfortable. You know, it's like a pair of old shoes. You know, you might wear your brand new nice shoes when you're going to a job interview or something, but when you're just going down to the store to pick up, you know, some extra milk or something, like, I'm just gonna put my favorite old little shoes on, the most comfortable shoes that I have. I'm gonna wear those. So you don't see too many people shopping in their tuxedos or something, right? Most people wear it for a purpose, then take it right off. A couple questions here. Bella says, Michael, can we use glazing fluid instead of water? For this technique, I mean, you could certainly do it. I would say you probably wouldn't want to. It'd be a bit of a waste of the glazing fluid. It would take longer to dry. Part of the reason why I add water is it's actually going to speed the drying time up quite dramatically. So I use the water there because that's going to evaporate very quickly, causing the paint to dry much faster. Also, water is going to help us to really kind of get that paint to go into all the grooves, the weave of the canvas. Glazing fluid would probably help to do that as well, but I can't really think of any advantage. I mean, I suppose from a technical point of view, glazing fluid is superior to water because glazing fluid maintains the cohesive properties, the glue properties of acrylic paint. So I suppose from a technical point of view, that I don't know if it would be superior, but it would be. I think it would be good. Using water in this sense, this is the only time I ever use water when I'm painting with acrylic paint, and the reason why it's okay at this stage is the gesso is just basically plaster, and so by putting water into it, the pigment kind of soaks in. I'm really more staining the surface than I am painting the surface. You know, a stain soaks into the surface, while a paint tends to sit more on the surface of the painting. Think about the difference between like painting, you know, your deck, your patio versus staining your patio, right? You apply that stain and it soaks into the surface and may help protect the surface even if you've got like some kind of stain material in there. Bella says, then water it is. Thank you. I mean, great question. I've never thought about that. I mean, again, glazing fluid also has a chemical. It slows the drying time, so that would mean that rather than speeding up the drying time, you might be blow drying it for like 5 minutes to try to get that glazing fluid to dry down a little bit faster. El Superhero says, Michael, you inspired me to take up a degree in fine arts this year. Love the art history, technique, and experimentation you do in your painting videos. I'll share my first sale with you. Oh, that's so awesome. Wow. After practicing civil engineering for a couple of years, I decided to go full-time to become an artist like you. Oh. Real newbie question for you. Ladies and gentlemen, is it disrespectful to sign your name on these paintings we do in this YouTube class? Wow. Okay. So lots of great things. I mean, first of all, I'm so proud of you to have embraced a whole new career, and maybe a part of you that I think was always there, wanting to make art, and now that you're dedicating your career, your time, your energy, your money towards this. Obviously, I have I'm super proud of you. That's a huge decision to make. So that's very, very exciting. Congratulations. That's a big leap. Sorry, I'm about to sneeze here. So, my goodness, my apologies. Trying to give a compliment and then also be like, oh, any second. So that's awesome. Way to go, my friend. You don't have to share anything with me except just to spread the love of art amongst the rest of the people in your life, which I'm sure will happen as they see your growing success. Your question about signing your names on these paintings, yeah, that's totally fine. You know, I always discourage people from selling these works. I think giving them away, trading them with friends, trading them for things, I think is great. You know, if you make a painting and you have some friends over and you give some of those paintings to your friends, or you go over to their house for a dinner, bring a painting and give it to them in lieu of a bottle of wine or something, or a moving gift. If you know a friend of yours is really into cats or dogs, doing a painting based on a dog and giving it to them, you know, I think is a wonderful gift. I've discouraged people from selling these paintings because we want to make it very clear that we're not making fakes, or that this is all for educational purposes to help you learn. But signing your name on the front is totally fine. I mean, yeah, I mean, I've literally, do I have one around here where I've signed somebody else's name? I don't have any of those around. I usually have a few. But you can replace your name with the artist's name. That's totally fine. Yeah. So, sometimes it can be kind of funny when that happens, but I'm all for humor. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so I've got to be done this painting in about 2 hours because I gotta pack and get ready to leave. So I'm not gonna spend an hour and a half talking about the biography of Frida Kahlo today, even though I don't know if I've this is our second Frida Kahlo painting we've done, but I don't think we talked about her biography much during that first episode, because that was before the Master Studies series. So I am kind of due to do sort of an in-depth breakdown on Frida Kahlo's biography. But I'm going to try, in fact, I'm even going to set a little alarm here on my phone, my watch here, so that I don't go over. Okay, let's try 10 minutes here to talk about Frida's biography. Frida Kahlo was one of the most interesting, groundbreaking artists of all time, and also happened to live in extraordinary times, and kind of always found herself at the center of not just the art world, but major global events, as we'll see here very quickly. So Frida Kahlo was born in 1907 in essentially kind of Mexico City. Mexico City is a massive city. I've been to Mexico City. It's maybe in my top 2 favorite cities on earth. I highly recommend a trip to Mexico, and particularly Mexico City. Great place to travel to and visit. Wonderful people. Anyway, so she's born essentially in Mexico City, kind of in the southern, I don't know if you go the central southern part of Mexico City, and passes away, very close by to where she was born in 1954 at age 47. So lived a super incredible cinematic type life, which is no surprise that there's an award-winning movie called Frida, that was made about Frida Kahlo's life, that's starring, oh my goodness, it just escaped me. I should bring this up. There we are, Frida. Salma Hayek stars as Frida Kahlo, and Alfred Molina stars as her husband Diego Rivera. Julie Taymor directed it. Julie Taymor was famous for doing the Lion King adaptation on Broadway, which was one of the most successful theatrical productions of all time as well. Pratham says, do you have any tips on dealing with small art block burnout? Do you have any tips to help me as an artist? Yeah, how about we'll get to that as when we start painting, Pratham. Great question. So I'll tackle that here in a few moments. Yeah, so Frida Kahlo, such an interesting story that kind of begins in her childhood. As a young kid, she contracts polio, which causes, lifelong disability for her, and struggles. And during the time that she's, a kid and, is sometimes bedridden, she takes up art as a way of dealing with kind of the long stretches of being, in recovery. So that's kind of her introduction to art, and she really kind of falls in love with making art. And the art that she makes as a young girl are very kind of simple, what is sometimes called like folk art or naive art or outsider art, because when she was a kid, before she started taking lessons, so they're very simple kind of paintings, many of which you can see on display in the Frida Kahlo Museum or the Blue House in Mexico City, where I've been myself. And it is very neat to see all of those little paintings. There's like dozens of them. They're very small, like the size of a postcard or less, in the room that she originally slept in, and it's well arranged, and they're beautiful. Great museum. Highly recommend you buy your ticket online. That way you can just show up and walk through the front door rather than lining up for maybe 6-7 hours to get in. Huge lineups, probably the biggest lineups to anything that I remember seeing in Mexico at all, at any point. So anyway, highly recommend a trip to Mexico City, and while you're there, go to the Frida Kahlo Museum. And then, when she's growing up, does it say here? Oh yeah, so here she worked, her family, her father's friend was a printmaker, Fernando Fernandez, who basically started teaching the young Frida some art lessons, and later on she became an apprentice of his. And so she learned not just about how to draw and a little bit of painting, but how to do engraving and how to do some kind of basic kind of carving and printing. And so that, was a very formative experience. And it's kudos to her father for encouraging her creativity at a time where, again, maybe women are still not, encouraged to follow their passions like that. I think, culture, music, dance, art are seen maybe differently in Mexican culture than they are in North American culture. Or, well, Mexico is part of North America, but I mean kind of like, let's say, white Anglo-Saxon, kind of waspy European kind of culture. And to their credit, Mexicans are much more likely to support the arts in a way that, you know, most Canadians, quite frankly, or Americans don't as much. It's much more tied into the traditions and beliefs and identity of Mexico and Mexicans, which I love. I love that. I wish that's something I think the rest of us could learn from. So anyway, she spends time as an engraver working for Fernandez, but at the same time she's thinking about going to medical school, and she's quite a promising student in school until at the age of 18 she gets hit, or she's on a bus that gets hit by like a big truck, and ends up being, I can't remember exactly what I think she broke like bones in her spine, really messed her back up big time. And essentially for the rest of her life, she's either walks with a limp, or spends most of her time confined to a bed or a wheelchair, and deals with chronic pain for the rest of her life. Very traumatic incident. Having said that, she was able to take advantage of those terrible circumstances to continue developing her interest in art. Her father installed like a mirror and an easel in her bed so she could kind of basically paint, kind of not quite upside down, but she could be kind of propped up and have this big mirror in front of her. So she often did lots of self-portraits. I would say Frida Kahlo and maybe Rembrandt would be the two most prolific self-portraitists of all time. I'm sure there's others that I can't think of off the top of my head. But really, I mean, Frida Kahlo made lots of incredible paintings that don't feature herself, but many of my favorite of hers do. And so, for instance, there's this book from the library that I got recently, and it's called Frida Kahlo, The Masterworks. And I would say probably, well, let's just kind of quickly flip through this just so you can kind of get an idea that, you will see. Like maybe 80% of these paintings feature her in here somewhere. Because if you're kind of stuck in bed or in a wheelchair for the majority of your life, and you've just learned that you are a great artist, and you want to make paintings, what are you going to make paintings of when you've got a mirror right in front of you that you can make paintings of yourself all day long, right? You're kind of a captive audience for that creative part of yourself. So, let's see. Also, so that was my 10-minute timer. Okay, so let me see, 5 more minutes. Okay, I'm going to try to wrap this up as quickly as possible. I was like, why is my alarm going off right now? Oh, it's because I said I was going to wrap up in 5 minutes. So, what can I say in 5 minutes about Frida Kahlo? Well, during the time that she's living, there's basically a political revolution in Mexico. She joins the Communist Party. She meets the man who eventually becomes her husband, and then Frida Kahlo meets Diego Rivera, probably the greatest Mexican muralist of all time, arguably the greatest Mexican artist besides Frida Kahlo of all time. And so the two of them become super vocal, super active politically, and that causes them all sorts of it puts them right in the middle of Mexico's political struggles, and allows them access to some of the most famous people on earth at the time. They are invited to meet with some of the most powerful industrialists and politicians and revolutionaries, both in Mexico, but also in the United States, as well as a little bit elsewhere. But really, the majority of their lives are spent in Mexico. They travel and stay in New York and Detroit, in San Francisco together. And while Diego's painting these epic murals, she's still working on her small paintings, maybe even doing a little bit of teaching elsewhere. And her and Diego they have I guess you might call it an open relationship today. And there's all sorts of drama involved with the people that they romantic entanglements and things. It's believed that Frida Kahlo and Diego Rivera, being communists, invite Leon Trotsky to move from Russia to Mexico City because he's been sort of exiled from the Communist Party out there by Lenin. And he moves to Mexico City and eventually is assassinated in his home, which was just a few blocks away from Frida and Diego's home, the Blue House. And so it's believed that Frida had some romantic relationship with Trotsky, as well as some other women that were. So Frida's not only seen as a feminist icon, but also as a LGBTQ plus icon as well, for being bisexual or potentially a lesbian, but being very free and open about all those kinds of things at a time where that was, especially, Mexican culture can be a little bit more on the conservative side of things, especially when it comes to like gay rights and things, because of the predominance of the Catholic Church. What else do I want to say here before I wrap up? I got 1 minute. Okay. So Frida goes to France, where she meets up with the surrealist painters, André Breton and Duchamp, and all of these avant-garde artists and characters in Europe. And she becomes a beloved artist of the surrealist genre movement, because many of her paintings feature her transformed into animals, her head on the body of a deer that's being hunted in the forest, for instance, or her holding her heart out in her hand. Very famous images like that. Lots of animals and birds surrounding her. She exhibits alongside her husband a few times. And in fact, during their exhibition there was a kind of famous traveling show that began in New York and sold a lot of its paintings there, then traveled to France. One of her paintings was purchased by the Louvre. That becomes the first painting to enter the Louvre's collection from a Mexican artist. Really during her lifetime, Frida Kahlo it wasn't until later on, towards the end of her life, which she would actually refer to herself as an artist. Often she would just refer to herself as Diego's wife. But as time went forward, she got more and more respect for her art. Although really by the time she died, she kind of was in relative obscurity. It's not until kind of like the 1970s, with the rise of feminism and feminist art, that she's really sort of resurrected as a feminist icon. So, you know, that's one of the things I think is quite amazing, is her husband, Diego Rivera, was seen as, you know, one of maybe the top 10 greatest avant-garde artists of the 20th century, and was by far, during their lifetimes, way more well-known than Frida Kahlo. And yet, over the past, I'd say maybe 30, 40 years or so, Frida Kahlo has by far now usurped her husband, Diego Rivera, as the most famous and influential artist of the two of them, which is just very kind of, you know, interesting how time and history move forward, how as you know, the perspective looking back on time, our ideas kind of change. That's not the first time. There's lots of artists whose work who die in obscurity, like Van Gogh, for instance, only to become some of the most famous artists of their time later on. Okay. Eventually she passes away in the age of 54, kind of before her time, really. She probably shouldn't have died so young. One can only imagine, had she, you know, she had these persistent health issues throughout her life because of polio, because of the terrible accident she had been in. She had tried a number of times to have children with Diego, and those pregnancies failed. And so you can just imagine not only just the physical kinds of problems that she had to deal with, but also the many kind of mental, emotional struggles that she would have gone through. So the fact that she was as resilient as she was, the fact that she, you know, spending so much of her time in a wheelchair, in a bed, was able to create such incredible works of art is, I think, alone incredibly inspiring. Because there are, you know, millions of people around the world, unfortunately, who get injured and are confined to their beds for the rest of their lives every day. And yet how many of them, you know, not only don't give up, but become like some of the world's most famous and important, culturally significant people of their time. So I think also, not only is she a you know, feminist icon, LGBTQ plus icon, but also I think an icon for dealing with depression, anxiety, as well as physical challenges, physical emotional challenges. I think, you know, maybe if anything, that's one of the reasons why I appreciate her the most personally. Oh no. Was none of that on camera? Oh, I guess, okay. Some of it was on camera. It wasn't until I started talking about that book. Okay. So, I want to talk now about, just very quickly, about today's painting and why today's painting is important. So, today's painting is a detail. It's a part of a larger painting called Self-Portrait, dedicated to Leon Trotsky. It's believed it might have been a gift for Trotsky, maybe. We don't really know exactly how all of this played out. It's, you know, as I said, maybe Leon and Frida had some kind of relationship that could have turned romantic. Frida and her husband Diego Rivera were some of the most visible members of the Communist Party, at least in Mexico, and really around the world. A lot of, I would say, maybe 70% of artists in the 20s and 30s were card-carrying members of the Communist Party, which is why during the, you know, the Red Scare in the United States, when they started, you know, banning filmmakers, directors, producers, writers, and artists and everything, but mostly, quite famously, filmmakers, they really went after Hollywood because so many artists and creative people described themselves as communists. It was kind of like the cool thing to be in the 30s. I think after World War II and seeing many of the terrible things that especially Stalin had done, I think remaining a communist became very untenable for a lot of people. Most people tore up their communist membership cards or whatever shortly thereafter World War II. Some didn't, but most did. And there's also a tremendous amount of societal pressure to do that too. So what do I want to say about this painting? So again, this painting is a larger artwork, and we're just looking at the face, and you know, this, I think, let's maybe just look at the, this is a photograph of Leon Trotsky and his wife. There's Frida. I don't see Diego there. I don't think Diego's there. Yeah, so here they're talking about Frida after Leon was assassinated in 1940, which is itself a fascinating story because the assassination of Leon Trotsky is one of the most mythical KGB spy assassinations of all time. It was done with like an ice pick. You know, it's like one of those, you can't even make this stuff up. And since Frida and Leon had been close, right, that was quite a difficult situation for her, so she was planning on destroying this painting, but her friend convinced her not to and bought the painting from her to prevent that from happening. The painting now resides in the National Museum of Women in the Arts in Washington, D.C. So it's on display permanently there in Washington. I don't think that there's anything particularly communistic about this painting. I think it's just the title of the painting. I know some people are going to be like, what? Is this chosen, or is he making some statement about communists? Is Michael a communist now? Definitely not a communist, for sure. I really I think this is just a beautiful painting, and particularly the way that he painted the face. So, it's not a huge painting. It's 30 by 24 inches, oil on masonite, oil on board. And so one of the reasons why I think this painting works for our purpose is because the original is relatively, so 20 by 30, is what? About 3 times the size of this. Meaning that the face that we're painting right now is still larger than it was in her version. I would say the face, if we were to look at proportionally, I'd say the face in her painting is maybe about half the size, maybe even a little bit less than we're about to paint here. And so that is also going to make our lives a little bit easier because we don't have to do so much detail. In many of the other paintings, we have her face is much larger, and then it's actually shrunk down if we were to do this, meaning it would be very hard for us to do the same amount of detail that Frida did. So by working from a smaller painting and enlarging it, it should make our lives a little bit easier, especially if you're a beginner painter. Okay, wow, holy smokes, lots of comments here. Wow, okay, so there's maybe about 60 comments since I last looked. We're just trying to dip in here, see if there's... Yeah, El Superhero says, Kathy, I remember you. You're a really supportive member of the group, and that's true. El Superhero's whole family's in the engineering world. Can't avoid it. Everyone's involved. I'll just be focusing on my fine arts journey for now. Well, you know, it's also there's lots of ways to kind of marry the, you know, sort of the more left-brained things like science and law, engineering with art. Lots of great artists also happen to be engineers, like Michelangelo, for instance. You know, architecture is kind of like one of those fields that is kind of both right and left brain. And so I don't think it has to be one or the other. There can be ways that you can kind of bridge both of those things. My nickname is really Supertiro with a T. It's a nickname I adapted from a language movement I got busy with way back. And it's hard for me to Supertiro. Okay, it takes a little while for me to get my Supertiro. There was a seminar at the university I attended mainly about Frida. That would have been cool. A whole seminar about Frida. That I would love to have been a fly on the wall or attended those classes. Oh, Supertiro says, I tried that painting by Tom Thompson that we did last week. I had a really hard time. I didn't finish it. I'm sorry to hear that. Supertier says, this is what I also love about your painting class, Michael. Women in art get highlighted too. Thank you. Yes, that's definitely a passion of mine. I have a 5-year-old daughter who is also very creative. I think her favorite thing in the world is coloring and painting and getting messy. So I want her to know that there's lots of great female role models, artists out there. Because when I was a kid, I mean, I don't even remember people talking about Frida Kahlo. I mean, like, I can't even really think of who the women artists were. I mean, this is only 20 years ago when I was in art school. It feels like a lifetime ago because of just how things have changed, right? And so I want to be part of that change and to make art feel totally normal and acceptable for people like my own daughter, right? I learned, Super Tiro says, I learned about Mary Pratt here. She's an amazing woman. Absolutely. Oh, that's so great. Oh, this is making me feel, okay, I need to get painting. Although I could just sit here, just bask in the glow, all the love. I mean, it's wonderful, but yeah. Okay, I'm just gonna put the paint on the palette here real quick. Tanya says, oh, what a treat. Hi, everyone. Hi, Tanya. Hi, Senga. I love the Tom Thompson painting. Who's painting along today? Senga says, this is Brill time for me. Brill time. I think that's, we talked about maybe this last week. That's short for brilliant, right? Brill. All these newfangled words the kids say these days, right? Okay, what am I doing here? What's going on? Who are we talking about? Okay. Now, the next thing I want to do, or at least talk about, consider doing, is a little bit of underpainting. Now, underpainting is one of those art words or steps, techniques that pretty much every artist has a different definition of what it is. Certain people might even consider the Imprimatura as part of the underpainting process, and rather than applying just one solid color across the surface, might literally paint the very rough outlines of the picture and have 3 or 4 different colors that they're kind of laying into the painting at that stage, which is totally fine. For the purposes of these shows, I tend to just think of the underpainting as just applying some lines across the face or features that we might want to preserve, that we might be afraid might get lost through subsequent layers. So I'm going to do that very quickly here. And in fact, I might, well, I was thinking about just doing this. What I'm going to do is I'm going to mix a... I'm going to mix a kind of a purpley brown. I think I'm going to keep this about as simple as I can, just to get going as quickly as possible. So I'm going to take here, this is my cool blue and cool red. So these colors are kind of further away from one another, so they're going to create a pretty dark purple. Not as bright of a purple as if we used our warm blue. And you know what, I'm going to put a little bit of yellow in here just to make it a little bit more slightly brownish and make it a bit darker too. Okay. Now I could just paint over top of this with my skin tone. Which I will do. I'm going to leave some of these pencil lines unpainted so that we can see how they behave with how they'll stand up to the subsequent layers of paint. So I'm just gonna you might notice I put these little dots there. Those are for her eyebrows. That's the kind of the outer edge of the eyebrow. That's the bottom between her eyes, the top between, and the top and bottom there, so that if those lines do get hidden, I'll kind of have a little bit of a roadmap how to find them back again. Okay. Often I'll do more detail like this. If this is like a novice painting, I might spend a little bit more time there, but I think this is good enough. Personally, if I was painting this painting all by myself, if I wasn't on camera, I would just paint right over. I wouldn't be worried about losing my lines at all. But I've also got 20 years of experience painting, and I have a pretty good idea of kind of what I'm doing, and so if I did, let's say, lose all of the lines and details, I have a certain amount of confidence in my ability to being able to kind of find them, eyeball that out. So okay. So please let me know about the level of the music, the volume of the music. Is it too loud? Last class it was way too loud, and people made some comments, but like towards the end I'm like, oh my goodness, that was way too loud. Like, if it's competing with my voice, it's just supposed to be just gentle music in the background, let me know and I'll turn it down some more. I've turned it down more than I had last time, but it can always go down further. Man, there's so many questions. Okay, so Bella says, can one paint a portrait using wet-on-wet techniques? I am painting for 2 years now, and I do like wet-on-wet technique better, but does it work? Yeah, the answer is absolutely it can work, for sure. We should do a portrait with wet-on-wet. It's tricky to do with acrylic paint. If we were painting with oil paint, we would, by necessity, have to do wet on wet, unless we let it dry for like 2 months between steps. So when you're painting with oil paint, you're painting wet on wet, whether you like it or not. With acrylics, it's harder to do unless you're painting with like a medium, like a slow dry fluid that you might add to your paint. Where's my slow dry fluid? Or if you've got a lot of paint on the surface, so you're painting kind of thick with paint. So it's harder to do that if you're painting with a lot of paint. Doing a portrait, it's hard to have a lot of precision because now you're moving this wet mud all over the place. So it's kind of tricky. If there's a lot of slow dry fluid in there, you can do that. Although I do find the slow dry fluid, I'm not the biggest fan of the texture. It's got a sticky kind of quality. It makes the paint kind of feel a little bit syrupy for my. I used to use that a lot in some of these earlier paintings, but less and less I used it because it just. It works, but I don't like the texture of the paint with a lot of slow dry medium in it. So you can do it, but it's tricky. The one thing that's nice about working in layers is it's, I think, a lot more relaxing experience for most people because it's very calm. When you're painting wet on wet with acrylics, there's kind of like a speed component where you're like, I gotta work very, very quickly, which again, some people really like because it forces them to kind of not noodle around, and they just were like, okay, I got 5 minutes to do this before it starts seizing up on me. Let's go, right? But again, I feel like it takes a certain amount of confidence to be able to pull something like that off. Have you, Stephanie says, I've seen the work of Seraphine Lewis. I don't know. I haven't. I'll take a look. Here, let me just... open a tab of hers here. are cool. Oh, wow. These are wild. Okay. I'm going to bookmark that, and I'm going to come back. Super Tiro says, it's 1 a.m. in my time zone. I'm painting later in the morning. Tanya says, nice to see you're all settled in now, but I do admit I missed the rest of your studio in the background. I know, I still gotta install things and make this feel a little bit more livable. As it gets warmer, I'll have the doors open. Hopefully there won't be so much construction across the street, and I have a nice little patio here with plants and... Oh, thanks, Bella. You're so sweet. Bella says, Michael, you're a great artist and you explain thoroughly. Super Tier says, oh, that's cool. We're doing Imprimatura drawing now. Flemish and Venetian style. I'm wigging out. Awesome. Okay, let's move on here because I don't want to run out of time. Okay. Our next step is to paint the background, or at least establish the background, get that started, and if we decide we want to add more to it later, we can always do that. But we want to start getting some color in there. So there's the original painting, and I would say, you know, this green here is, well, it's a cool green, but it's also got a little, there's some white in there. It almost looks like there's a bit of warm yellow, too. Let me just see. I did create some instructions. Well, I just say use the... Oh, yeah, no, I did. Okay. I think... Okay, so I'll post this. This is... When I teach in-person classes, this is... People will get, like, a handout like this with some instructions. And I did... Oh, no, that's a warm yellow background. Yeah, I said warm yellow. Okay. I've already done all the thinking for this. I've painted this painting in person many a time, so not sure why my brain is so slow on. Okay. So let's take cool. Let's mix these guys up. Ooh, I think I'm gonna need a bit more paint here. So I put a little bit of white in there. Might have put a bit too much cool blue. Anyway, I think that's probably good enough for government work. Let's see. Let's put them side by side. That's a little bit on the... Put a bit more white in here. I'm so close to being able to match this. Let's put a bit more warm yellow in there. I'll go with this. It's not quite the same, but... So as I paint this, I'm going to go right up to the line and maybe even just a tiny bit over the line. I really don't want there to be gaps between the color and the of the face, let's say, in the background. See, I painted over those flowers there. That's okay. Very easy to paint that back. So one thing I'm just doing now that I've kind of painted up to these edges, I'm just going back, and I don't want to have a little halo of lines going around here. I want it to kind of look a little bit cleaner and less messy. So that's why I'm just kind of now going back over. I don't want that to look like there's a... Because sometimes these edges around like a face like that can look really like there's a lot of finicky little work going on there. So Stephanie says, I don't hear the music. Is it off? Well, it's turned way down low. It might it might be very hard to hear, which is maybe better than last time where it was very loud. So it might come back up a little bit. I'm afraid to adjust it because that's what I did last time. There's people, I can't hear it, so I turned it up. And then like 20 minutes later, people are like, I can't hear it. I'm tuning out. This is too much. And I'm like, what? I didn't know. I didn't know it was that bad. So now I'm overly sensitive about that. Super Tiro says the music is really subtle. I'm on my earphones. Okay, that's pretty good. Let's see, what level am I at? Like, I'm at minus 24 right now. That's how low I've turned the volume down to. I'm going to wait until after this episode, unless it's like egregiously quiet, to turn it back up and see how it... It is a whole new soundtrack written for the show by one of my best friends, so... It's always with something new, a little bit of, you know, adjustment period to work out the kinks. Okay. I'm keep doing stupid stuff here. Dripping paint. Ah, yay. Dripping water, I mean. Okay, I'm gonna blow dry this so that, because it's yeah, so you can see that my green is a little bit darker. I was a little bit heavy-handed with the cool blue there. A little bit less of that cool blue, and this would look, I think, bang on exactly like her color in the background. But, you know, a little bit of extra blue never hurt anybody, right? Pascal says, of course, Bob Ross would say you can paint portraits wet on wet. Yes. Although there's a reason, you know, Bob Ross only, I think, did one portrait painting in the entire time of the Joy of Painting show. For that very reason, painting wet on wet portraits is kind of tricky, unless you're doing something that's very impressionist. This painting I wouldn't say is impressionist at all, so it would be harder to do it like this. We have, I guess, like the Smiling Child by Mary Cassatt. We did that one, right? Yeah, that one is kind of a wet on wet. You can get away with that one for sure. That's a good wet on wet painting. Okay. Next step is we're going to start painting the face, the hair, the clothing, the flower. So we're just going to start laying in some big areas of solid color, so that, and then we're going to work our way eventually to the details. So to mix this skin tone, we're basically going to mix an orange. We're going to add a little bit of blue to it to turn it into a brown, and then we're going to add white to lighten that brown up. So, let's, how about just start here. Okay, so let me even just see what the ratios I suggested are. 40% yellow, 20% warm red, 5% warm blue, 35% white. All right, so we've got our Oh, that might have been that's a lot of blue. Well, that's not bad. You can see one thing I often do is just kind of twist my brush around. I want to get that paint that sneaks up the bristles there. Okay, now let's look at these colors side by side. So that's a bit more on the yellowy side of things. Let's take a bit more red. Take a bit more red. Notice how when I'm doing this, I'm just doing little changes as I make adjustments. Do one more, like, I mean, we're talking small amounts of color here. Now, it doesn't look the same on camera. That looks definitely way more yellow on camera, but I think that's pretty close. Maybe let's take a little bit more red. Take a bit more blue just to keep this in the brown family and not go too peachy. Okay, again, it still looks very yellow on camera, but I think I'm pretty close. So I'm just going to go with this. Yeah, it's definitely... Yeah, I should have followed my instincts. It's always one of these things where when I'm painting on camera, it's like, do I want it to look good on camera? Or do I want my painting to look good? First world problems, for sure. So you can see why I did my underpainting here, because look how kind of, well, probably on camera, I don't even know if you can see many of these lines here at all. I mean, I can still see some of my pencil lines. I'd be surprised if you can see them on camera. Even my dark painted lines are just barely visible. Okay. Oops. Just trying to scrape any last little bits of paint off of here. in case I want to be able to use that paint later for touch-ups. I usually try to mix a little bit more paint in case there is a problem. I've got a little bit extra that I can use, but kind of underestimated there. Movie Hub says, I'm a student from Nepal. Wow, that's so cool. I love that you're watching from the opposite side of the world. What time is it in Nepal right now? Gosh, it's got to be in the evening, I would say. Let me guess. Nepal, I would say it's what would you say? Let's say it's 8:54 Nepal. Steffi says, how would adding white affect the skin tone? So adding white is going to lighten up the brown. So every single human on Earth has brown skin. We just all have different versions of brown skin. I would say different tints of brown. Tint is when we add white to a color. So Caucasian people have kind of lighter browns than people from Africa, right? So we just, to lighten that brown, we add a little bit of white, maybe even a bit of yellow or red. To darken a brown, you add more blue and maybe a bit more red to it to get a kind of a darker purpley kind of quality. If it goes too purple, you want to add more yellow back into that brown, right? Because red and blue make purple. Yellow and red plus a little bit of blue make brown, right? So just watching those ratios. Ion says it's 11:24 p.m. in India right now. Okay, so it's definitely, what did I say, 8 o'clock, something like that in Nepal. Yeah, it's a little bit later. Okay, so it's, I mean, almost exactly. It's a little bit past halfway around the world. So wait a second. That means you're actually closer to me. Anyway, I'm trying to figure out time zones and everything. There is not my forte. Okay, I'm just gonna quickly blow dry this. Okay, so actually that looks pretty good on camera. I was just about to say that I mixed it. I think in terms of visually, to my eyes, to the original, I think that's perfect. And I was like, well, but the only thing is doesn't look as good on camera. But actually, to my surprise, I was playing with the color temperature on the cameras before today's episode, so I think I've got it closer to the way it should actually look. So my hope is that what you're seeing on camera looks closer to how I perceive it. Man, the Russian trolls are after me. I've been getting lots of spam calls on my phone these days. It's because my number's up there on the web there. It's, it's because I own a website, and somehow my information's out there, so I tend to get a lot of traffic. Pascal said, with acrylics it will be difficult to do proper wet on wet as it dries so fast, even with medium that helps to slow dry. Yes, I agree. Okay, so in my mind right now, I'm just having the thought I'm having is, do I want to go in and start painting like her eyes, lips? Do I want to start putting shading on her face and highlights? Or should I go in and deal with the hair and the clothes, get rid of the yellow? I think it would be a good idea to get rid of that yellow as quickly as possible. What did I suggest here in my own? Well, I said it. Cool blue, cool yellow. So I talk about doing the hair after the face. I think I'm going to do the hair next. Although maybe should I do the... I think I'm going to quickly do the clothing. Just to kind of get that out of the way. Okay. So I'm mixing this brown here for the clothing. The more blue I put in here, the darker that brown's going to be. I'll put a bit more red in here. I'm just making that brown, well, actually that's probably about as close as it was in the original. Just making it a little bit brown, and you know, I was contemplating for a second there adding a bit of white in there to make it more opaque. Do 2 layers of this color. Let's blow dry that. I love your comments there, Pascal. It's great to see you there in the chat. You're always very helpful about offering advice and suggestions, technical advice too. What I love is that there's people who've been watching me long enough that already know what I'm going to say about things. So it's funny to me is like when I read through the chat and I start answering a question and then I see someone like Pascal's already answered it already. Which is great. I love that. I love that that things that I've said have resonated and people have learned things. And that spreads out into the world and more people can have those skills that they can use to make the paintings they want to make. Now I have darkened her clothing just a little bit beyond, well, I guess maybe it looks like a lot more than the original. I can always lighten it up a little bit. I was just a little bit afraid that maybe that would be too close of a brown to her skin color. So I was like, I'd rather it be, if I have to decide between being too different from her skin color or too close to her skin color, I will always go for too different, right? I'd rather there be absolutely zero confusion as to like the skin and the clothing than people being like, what's going on with her shoulder there? It looks like she's kind of got this weird ripple there. And I'm like, no, that's her shirt or her sweater. People are like, oh, yikes, that's weird. Right? That's, those are the kinds of things that you don't want people thinking about when they're looking at your painting. So I'd rather it be kind of very distinct. And then if I notice, yeah, you know what, I think should lighten it up, it'd be very easy to go back over this with a little bit more of a yellowish brown and lighten. Right? So and maybe I'll do that later. But this is not the time for doing that. What is next is, let's say, painting the hair. So, just making sure I got all the paint I need. Yeah, so let's take our, where should we do this? Let's take our cool blue, cool yellow, you need a bit more. I think I'm going to need more yellow, but let's just see. Let's take our warm red. Hopefully that might be a bit too much red, but that's okay. So right now what I'm doing is I'm mixing a black. So that looks pretty close. It does look a little bit purpley, perhaps. Which tells me that I've got maybe potential lack of yellow. So I sometimes just brush that out a little bit. Let's put a bit more yellow in here. I think I went just a bit too far. Now it's looking at just a tiny bit on the brown side of things. I need to add a little bit more blue back into it. Okay, that's looking pretty close. So I'm just looking at the hair, trying to kind of see how she's painted that. It almost looks like where the hair's a little bit thinner, well, it's almost like there's a little bit of more cool blue and white in those areas. So, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my black, I'm especially going to take some around the edges there where I'm going to mix a bit more cool blue into that color. Take a bit of white there as well. That might have been a bit too much. So now I've got a little bit of a kind of a bluish gray quality here. And now I'm going to put some glazing fluid in there. And you know what? I think I'm going to apply this kind of everywhere on her hair. I'm just going to kind of so I'm applying it and then I'm kind of thinning it out, kind of spreading it. So the idea is I can still see a bit of my Imprimatura, or not Imprimatura, the pencil lines beneath here. I'm going to paint right over top of that earring, and then I'm just going to figure it out later. So the reason I'm painting with this little bit more of a kind of a bluish color is I like that color that's in her hair as kind of, especially when I'm doing the braids, I think I'm going to leave that color kind of showing at least for a while. Sylvester says the music is so soothing. Awesome. That's what it should be doing. Last time, I think it was driving people crazy, so I turned it down. Just wanted to kind of be there quietly doing its thing. I know these classes help a lot of people sleep too. So, anything I can do to help my fellow people, especially creative folks out there, whether it's to paint or to sleep, I'm here for you. Didn't like how I was blending that on her forehead there, so just gonna remove it and we'll do it again. Okay, I'm just going to quickly blow dry this. Kathy had to sign off. So it says, I have an exam tomorrow, and this is helping in reducing my anxiety. It's night here. That's good. That's good. Yes, just make sure you get a little bit of sleep before your exam. As much as I appreciate you watching, I don't want you to fail your exam because you're watching me. Okay, so what I'm doing here is I'm taking the same glazing fluid and I'm mixing it in here, so I'm just diluting it even more. It's going to make the color more transparent, but it's also going to make it easier for me to blend this out. And I did get some paint on this. I'm just making sure there's not any kind of sneaky paint sticking off on there. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna blow dry that again. Didn't turn out the way I wanted, but instead of fiddling and fussing with it, the best thing to do is just to blow dry it and then do a different approach, or wipe it away. Okay. So I'm gonna do some kind of semi-transparent brush strokes, kind of like at her hairline there. Blow dry that again. So usually when I'm teaching this, I don't do this, what I'm doing right now. I just thought, let's see if I could fake this out a little bit by glazing some light lines like that. Now I'm going to integrate that with less line work, with darker colors as we go here. So it'll just sort of disappear into her hair, ideally. I'm getting sloppy. Getting impatient, Michael. Now, I could just go right into painting her, the rest of her face, but I'm going to lay in these eyebrows right now as well, using the same kind of color. I might have to go back and adjust some of this. little bit later. Probably like darkening things a little bit. So this is just going to be a bit of a placeholder for right now. Oops, sorry, that wasn't on camera. Oh, there's Lolly in the chat. Oh, Lolly. Good to see you again. Finally made it back. Awesome. Okay, maybe before I move on, I'm just going to put some color as a placeholder for the flower, I think. So let's bring that back. Oops, sorry. I'm taking my cold red and some white, just mixing this up here. And I'm also going to put in, you can use matte medium or glazing fluid. I'm just going to put in a bit of matte medium. Let's show this here. Come on, where are we? So there's some matte medium. So I've got maybe like 4 times the matte medium to the acrylic paint. So, but even though this is still white paint, so white paint covers things up, all, you know, very well. So the reason I added that white in here is just so that I can still see a bit of my pencil lines. And maybe a little bit of Imprimatura as well. Couple of places where it's a little bit more transparent, took a little bit more white from my palette. And I'm actually going to paint, there's these so I'm just lightening up a few of these areas. While I've got the white out. Those areas which are going to be red. This will help make the red stand out. Wow, there is so many comments here. Falling behind on the comments. Kind of lost my place in all the comments there in the chat. There's so many of them. Because it always keeps, every time new comments up there, things scroll up, so it's hard for me to keep track of what's going on here. It looks like everyone's just having conversations amongst themselves, which is good. Wally is back. What bid is this that Pascal won? I don't even know. Okay, I'm going to focus on the painting here, and if something's important, I'm sure people will let me know in the chat. Okay. I don't know if you can you hear the construction outside, the beeping? Hopefully it just sort of blends into the music maybe a little bit. Maybe that's what people are like, that's a really nice kind of background sound. Okay. So now I've got the painting kind of with color over top of every available part of the surface. Maybe not exactly the quote-unquote right color, but there's color there. That's, for me, the most important thing. Now's an opportunity for me to tinker with any color if I should determine it necessary. So let's look at the original, and then let's look at my version here side by side. And just see how these look. So you could see that the background color could have a little bit more warm yellow. Mine's got a little bit too much cool blue, so yeah, it is a little bit darker. Also, if I had put like matte medium in here in this same color and made it a bit more transparent, more of the yellow from the Imprimatura would have shown through, and that would have worked as well. That would have made this color more transparent, more kind of grassy green. This is a little bit more kind of saturated than I think is appropriate, maybe. But having said that, as many of you probably know, I like my colors to be kind of bright. So it's not a deal breaker or anything. I just want to point out that difference. Because right now, if I was unhappy with the color and I felt like, you know, it's really important to me that this have a slightly more yellowish quality, then here's the time to do it right now. It would be a little bit more tricky to go around, and I'd have to spend a little more time kind of going in and around all these areas, but I think it's okay. The one thing I will say, though, as I'm looking at this, I see little areas where, you know, some of the paint, I see some of my brush strokes, and since I've got lots of this paint left over, I'm just going to do a bit of touch-ups here. Now, I am worried that I might have a slightly different color on my brush right now than I used. I won't really know until it's dry. So rather than just doing one little touch-up here and there, what I'm going to do is just sort of paint around. So it doesn't look like I've just tried to fix a little mistake and did a poor job of it. It looks kind of more integrated. Well, it's actually drawing pretty close. Okay, moving right along. Misha says, hello everyone. Hello Michael. Is this part of the self-portrait dedicated to Leon Trotsky? Yes, this is just a detail, so it's a close-up just on her face as opposed to the whole rest of her body. Just because that would just take too long and the detail would be too difficult for, I think, for most people at this scale. So, okay, I'm going to blow dry this. Okay. Barbara says, check the question from Pascal above. Question, Michael. By any chance you wouldn't know a conservator restorer in Montreal era for a 166-year-old painting? No. I don't know a conservator in Montreal for a 166-year-old painting. No, I would have... what I would suggest you do would be to contact either, like, say, the Museum of Fine Arts in Montreal, or to contact a auction house like Christie's, Sotheby's. What's the Heffel? Heffel is the major Canadian one, Heffel, and ask them who they would recommend, because let's say you were thinking about maybe selling this painting at some point. You'd want to have it professionally restored by like an accredited conservator, as opposed to just some guy you find off Craigslist or something, right? Because that way it would be sort of given like a stamp of approval. You'd be, an auction house would be wary of, you know, selling an artwork if it hadn't been kind of restored to kind of the highest industry standards, right? Because you could end up taking value off the price of the painting if it's not restored properly, or if there was any kind of question whatsoever about the quality of materials that might have endangered the surface somehow. So, you know, again, if it's just, you know, an old painting your great-great-grandmother did, and it's not like you're thinking of putting it and selling it for millions of dollars, then you would have a little bit more leeway as to who you might approach. But if it's anything that you're thinking might have some value, being an important painting, you'd want to be careful, and you'd want to take your time and find the appropriate person. It might be expensive, but again, if you're trying to, let's say if you're wanting to sell it for $50,000 or $100,000, investing $5,000-$10,000 in getting it restored professionally would be better than trying to save money, restoring it for $500, $1,000, and them saying, oh, this painting, yeah, if it hadn't been restored by Joe Schmo, it'd be worth $100,000. Now, you know, it's maybe you could get $2,000 or $3,000 for it. It's damaged beyond repair and that kind of thing, right? So just be sure. Oh, Pratham said something about art block earlier too. Singa says, I had art block, but it's over now thanks to Michael. That's cool. Lolly says, I had a bit of that, yet when I watch Michael for even just 2 minutes, I'm dying to get the paintbrushes back out. I hope your art block disappears, Singa. It's a Hugh Cameron painting. Yeah, it's worth getting it kind of professionally done then. Singa says, I only started painting again about 2 weeks ago. Well, that's good. You're getting back into it. It's okay. Lolly said, I thought the beeping was at my house. Yeah, totally. I've had that experience a few times where, you know, late at night, I'll put headphones on so I don't wake my daughter up. And sometimes I'm listening to you know, watching a video or something, and I start hearing sounds, and I'm like, oh, I guess, was that my daughter running around the house or something? I take my headphones off, and no, it's just, you know, somebody's dog in the back of a video knocking stuff over. I'm like, oh, phew. I'm like, I thought all this chaos is happening randomly in the middle of the night. And, oh, it's somebody else's chaos. Okay. What was I going to do? Let's... I gotta finish this so before I run out of tea. I'm running low on my tea. Okay. Now that we've got our background nailed in, I'm pretty happy. I'm glad I did that extra little bit of a touch-up. I'm pretty surprised at how well that integrated. I thought it was going to look a little bit noticeably lighter. But that's the weird thing with paint. Sometimes it appears to dry lighter or darker. You just never really know until you do it. So, but it looks good. So I'm ready to move on to my next pass here across the foreground. There's CMD says, how's everyone? Misha says, what's the art block? Art block is when people encounter resistance, internal resistance, and can't think about what to make, or don't feel able to make something. The ideas aren't coming to them, or they don't feel inspired. So how do you break past art block? Which I think we'll get to here in a second, but maybe I'll do that while I'm painting. Okay, so what should I do next? I think I should probably tackle the face next and start putting in some shading and highlights. So, we're gonna mix a darker brown. Oh, yes. I was just for a second contemplating, maybe should I paint the lips in first? Actually, you know what? I'm gonna paint her eyes, the whites of her eyes in first here. And so it's white, but there's a gray, slightly bluish quality to it. So let's tackle that first. Let's take some white. I don't care if the color's got a little bit of extra stuff around it. Let's take just a tiny bit blue. I'm even going to take a bit of my brown. So see, I get this little kind of grayish brown there. And then it's too much yellow. Okay, that's okay. Let's just mix it again. It's better to get it right at this stage now. So you know, earlier on in the painting, you know, if the color's off, who cares? Just keep on mixing, you know, put it down as a filler But when we get to this stage, we want to have a little bit more accuracy. So the reason I'm not going for white is if I paint white in her eyes, or, you know, on her eyeballs, it's going to make her look kind of cartoony. So, you know, eyes are very rarely like white. I mean, there might be a little bit of white, like especially in a highlight area. But for the most part, they're going to be a little bit on the darker side. On the dark side. Luke, I'm painting your eyes a gray. Luke, paint the dark side. Paint the eyes dark, Luke. There's somebody's got these posters up around Vancouver for a Chewbacca from Star Wars, the Wookiee. Right? Or no, Chewbacca's not a Wookiee, is he? Wookiees are the no, that's Ewoks. Oh my goodness, I think I just lost my Star Wars accreditation there. No, you're not allowed to attend Comic-Con or comment on Star Wars videos anymore. Okay, so that's almost a little bit too dark. I might have gone a little, well, let's see. Oops. Hard to tell. Actually, that might be okay. It's hard to tell because we haven't put the black in there yet for her eyes. In fact, while we're here, what color are those eyes? They're kind of like a brownish blue also, aren't they? Pratham. That's funny. That's very funny. Lolly, what's gotten your Michael all of a sudden? Okay, glad you're back too, Pratham, because I haven't answered your question, so I was going to do that pretty shortly here. I think I'm just going to... What is that color in her eyes? I'm gonna make a kind of cool brown. You know what? I'm just gonna take this brown from before, and I'm just gonna add more cool blue into it. Ooh, I like that. A kind of like dark teal. Yeah, let's go for that. You know what? It's still a little bit. It's a little too dark, too green. Let's zoom in. Oh yeah, sorry. There was a. I was going to say there was a Chewbacca a voice competition going on. I see all these like light posts, like $20 to the winner of the Chewbacca voice thing. Upload your. Oh, how do you do the Chewbacca? There was just a few nights ago. I was just like laying in bed, and I just it just came out, my Chewbacca voice, and I was like so excited. But I remember thinking at the time, I don't think I'll ever be able to replicate this. This is just like one of those moments where I'm in the flow. Okay, so this is interesting. Just even looking at those two paintings side by side. Again, so that looks so yellow. In person, I think I've got the color exactly correct. So it still looks yellow. Man. And so I adjusted my colors to make it look a little bit more red, but I guess not enough. Okay, well, it seems like everything's a work in progress. Saying, this is Michael. Can we please paint Jack Verratrano's The Singing Butler? We could. I have such a backlog of paintings and things that I want to do that I have to really seriously think about that, how to fit that in. I've already there's like 6 paintings from January I didn't get a chance to do, and so yeah, we're already almost halfway through March, so it's gonna be tricky. Okay, let's focus here. So I got 2 hours to finish this painting, roughly. Let's put her lips in next, I guess. Let's do that. So I'm just going to take a coat of just my... Actually, you know what? I was just going to use my warm red. It's a little bit sticky and dry, so I'm going to take a bit of glazing fluid. But I'm also just going to take a little bit of cool blue. By adding that blue... Oops, where are we? I'll just do a little bit more of that. Let's see if I take a bit of my cool blue, which is on the opposite side of the color wheel. It's going to darken my warm red down and make it a bit more of this crimson color. So that there was a house directly across the street from me. One day, well, it has had a fence around it for a few weeks, but just one day, I heard all this buzzing sound, and in the morning, I took my daughter to school, looked out the window. A few hours later, the house was gone. That thing went down fast. Don't screw around in this city. I think I might have got the lips, just the shape of the lips, just slightly off. But I'm just going to continue anyway. Alright, you can see that maybe that shouldn't have been so round. Should have been just a little bit tapered, but you know, minor detail, right? The never-ending list. Add it to the list. How do I select artists? Well, I'm always open to more names. So I never say never, and sometimes they are kind of relatively late additions. You know, it's through all sorts of things. Some of it is just like artists that I love. These are all artists that I really like. I don't think we've done any artists that I don't like. There have been artists that I didn't like, and then over the years have fallen in love with. That's the main criteria. Artists I really like. And then artists whose work I think is achievable in these classes. Obviously, some are more difficult than others. Then also artists who are historically, technically important, that are kind of like major gaps. That, like, if we're talking about the history of art and we're not talking about Rembrandt or in Canada here, Emily Carr, Tom Thompson, then it seems kind of like I don't know what I'm talking about, right? Like, how can I feature this person if I haven't done, you know, these really important titans of art? And then so I kind of make this, and then I'll go through art history textbooks and like, okay, I've got to have at least one by these people. These are major priorities. And then I kind of look at, then I think about like, well, what kind of paintings would people may want to have in their home? So sometimes that means maybe prioritizing artists less well known, less famous, because I think the painting is something that's going to appeal to a lot of people who might be inspired to want to make that painting and learn a little bit about how to paint and stuff. So Pratham says, I feel the eyes in the reference image curves down a little bit more, bulges more, I feel. Definitely, you know, I'm just sort of putting in these colors. I haven't done the eyelashes and all that kind of stuff. And that gives me an opportunity to modify and change these things. Like, for instance, if I come back here, like you could see, I've probably painted more white than there needs to be. So as I come around, I might widen them. I've painted this one before and felt like her eyes were too wide open. So maybe in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, I've got to make sure I don't have all these eyes quite so wide this time. Okay, let's mix another skin tone, but we're going to make it a little bit darker. So there's my skin tone. Let's take some blue and mix that in here to start getting a darker brown. So again, this is just my warm yellow, warm red, and warm blue. So there's probably like 70% warm yellow to maybe 25%, maybe 20% warm red to about 10% warm blue. I don't know what we're talking about. The March merch competition. +1 for t-shirts with Michael's face. I don't know if that's something you really want to wear. That's pretty funny though. Misha says, this is great. I've only been following your classes for a few months, but I did learn a lot. I was not familiar with most of the artists and definitely see how those artists affected the art at the time. Awesome! That's so cool, Misha. I'm so glad that you're here with us. Okay. Let's take glazing fluid. Yeah, let's paint with this. So I'm going to take my brown that I've just mixed it into this glazing fluid. So now it's about maybe 50-50 glazing fluid to this darker brown. I mean, it's darker, but it's not like super dark. So this is great. This gives me an opportunity to make some changes to the value on this painting. I also want to have a nice soft and dry brush. My daughter got into my brushes and likes to chew on everything, so everything's sort of there. That's a nice one. There's a couple nice soft brushes. There's times where I'm making dinner and then it's, you know, I think every parent knows that sound when it's very, very quiet. All of a sudden you're like, what's going on in there? And yeah, sometimes I come in here, she's just quietly reading. And there's other times where I come in and she's chewing on like a, you know, trying to open up a tube of paint. And I'm like, ah, what are you doing? Oh my goodness, seconds away from disaster. So I'm using this softer brush to kind of soften out my brush strokes. Now we're going to use a different color eventually over top of some of this brown. Maybe a little bit more of a purpley color. But I want to build up to that point. Now her eyes do look kind of funny right now because they don't have any eyelashes on there. So yeah, it's she looks a little bit different, but I'm not gonna let that kind of upset me. I'm sticking with the process. Notice how when I do this too, I'm doing small areas. A big mistake people make when they do glazing is they try to just do it all together, all at once, in one big, one action. And that's a recipe for disaster, because it'll start drying and you won't be able to blend out those edges, and it just starts to snowball pretty quickly. Let's do the ear. Come back here, sort of going all the way around the face, coming back to these areas around the nose. Oops. Okay, let's blow dry this. Okay. Let's, what should we do next? I think I'm going to do some kind of rouge on her cheeks. I'm just going to clean up. Hi, Lisa. Nice to see you there in the chat. Lolly has to go. Okay. Oops. So it's taking a little bit of warm red and glazing fluid. Just to give the highlights on her cheek here. Okay, and I take a nice soft dry brush and just fade those areas out. So that's pretty subtle. I think I'm gonna have to do it again. I'd much rather it to be too subtle and be like, ah, I gotta do it a second time. Than be like, whoa, that's too much. Now she looks like a clown. Ah. Gonna put that on her neck. I think I'm gonna do that again as well. Let's take a little bit more red. I'm just putting all of that on her ear. There's kind of a saying in painting that you can't make the ears red enough. You can always go a little bit further. Let's blow dry that. Just gonna take a bit more of my red. Just make this a little bit more concentrated glaze. Okay, so that's much more dramatic. I got, another 10 seconds here to blend that out before it's baked in. Again, you can see I'm using this a little bit more reddish quality. All over her face just to give a bit more of a warm quality. As well, you know, necks tend to kind of get a little bit more red. Okay, I think I can still go just a little bit more on that cheek, I think. Barbara had to sign off. Nice to see you, Barbara. Thanks for joining us. Yeah, let's just quickly blow dry that. Because now I'm gonna do a purple blue kind of color. Okay, so now I'm going to darken down a little bit more. I'm going to take maybe a bit of my brown, take a bit of brown, take a bit of blue, warm blue, a little bit of red. But you know what? Well, let's take a bit of cool red, actually. I'm going to get just a kind of slightly purpley there we go. That's the color I want. So you can see this is my cool red, warm blue, and a little bit of my brown. If you don't, you could just mix this by adding a little bit of yellow, maybe like your warm yellow. That'll give it kind of this deep crimson-y kind of brown color. Now we're going to use substantial amount of glazing fluid because we don't want to just paint this on there. It'll be way too dark. So we're here just after very subtle shading effects. Okay. So not only am I going to mix that color, I'm also going to clean this brush. Ari says, beautiful blush. Thank you, Ari. Okay, so now we're going to take this color we just mixed up. I'm going to just test it in an area where I'm less concerned about making a big mistake. And that's just right here on her neck. And I feel like, okay, that's good. I mean, this is going to be very subtle, but that's kind of a good thing, right? Let's maybe start out here in her ears as well. Almost a little bit more on the reddish side of things. I might mix this again and add a bit more blue. Concerned at how dark that part is starting to look. I don't want it to look like she's got like a 5 o'clock shadow or something. Let's blow dry. Just before I do that. Just darken that area a bit. Okay, let's do that. Blow dry. Thanks, Bella, for sticking around. Have a great afternoon. Or morning, wherever you are. Or I think you said Toronto, I think, right? Is that what I recall? Okay. I'll take a bit more blue. Mix this into this red to get a deeper purpley color. Okay, I'm going to start by painting in and around her ears here. Right, so this color I'm using is relatively transparent, right? So this allows me to very slowly build up the levels of darkness that I want. I think I've said many times that glazing fluid is the timid painter's best friend, because you can go very slowly, adding and adding, just slowly darkening till you get to the place you want to be. So the top lip is always darker than the bottom lip because it points inward towards the mouth, and so it's always going to be darker unless obviously the light is coming from a different angle, like from below, which is very rare in portraits, but nothing's impossible. Okay. It's an area where I got a little impatient with my glazing fluid and felt I could do it before it was totally dry, and the painting said, nope, you will not. Okay, let's blow dry that. I want to also just come back here with this darker color again and just do maybe a little bit more in a few areas, darken down a bit more. That's getting close to the place I want to be. Not had any dinner yet, starving. How time flies, it's nearly 8 at night here, and I've not had dinner, the things we do for art. Tell me about it. Tell me about it. You know, it's one of those things, though, is like, you know, if you haven't eaten for a little bit because you've been so absorbed in painting, that feels pretty good. Feels like, wow, that's, as opposed to like, oh, I haven't eaten because I've been working and I couldn't take a break. I'm so overwhelmed. I got so many papers I got to finish and things I got to calculate. That's not a good feeling. That's like, oh man. Whereas like, oh man, I was so absorbed into the creative process, I lost track of time. Wow, that's great. That's a great problem. Okay, I think I'm gonna work on the hair next, and we'll come back at the very end and finish off the eyes. I'm just going to blow dry again. You know what? I'm going to go to a new tab here. So I'm feeling pretty good about the face thus far. I mean, obviously it looks a little bit strange and different because we haven't defined her her eyelashes, you know, her eyelids, and her eyebrows. But I think pretty much the rest of it is pretty close to where I want it to be, just in terms of the shading and value contrasts. I won't know exactly if they're perfect until I do those eyelashes, but I think I want to just take a break from working on the face for a bit and work on the hair. And I want to spend about maybe 20-30 minutes here just sort of defining that a little bit, and that'll feel really good, and I can wrap up with the eyes. Oh, there's that earring too. That's just going to take some time. Let's just compare these side by side at this stage. Definitely a little bit more browns in my shading, but again, it's hard to fully tell until I get the hair, these darker values in, and then we'll be able to see. And you know, I may even want to do more blush. I don't know. So in terms of the hair, it's this. It's pretty much a black, and we have mixed a black, so we're going to use that. Just trying to see if I can tell what she's done here. Very hard to determine. Oh, you know what? I just realized there's a little bit more of this. Senga says, I can't believe I'm keeping up with the painting. That's great. That makes me excited that you're there, right there, lockstep with me. That's great. Okay, I'm going to take my warm red. You know what, I'm just going to take it right out of the tube. Well, maybe I'll take a little bit of this slightly darker color. This is that one where I used my cool blue on the opposite side of the palette, just to make it a little bit less kind of intense. I'm going to paint, you know, most of this hair solid black. So if I'm a little bit sloppy with this red, that's okay, because it's just going to get all hidden anyway. I don't know if there's a little bit of red showing here, but kind of maybe, so I'm just throwing it in there. You know what, I'm going to paint those leaves in her hair too while I'm right here. That looks like a warm yellow, cool blue. So the reason why I painted this white is just to help this color stand out a little bit more over top of the darker colors below. Even though I'm painting it green, I could probably have skipped that a little, you know, if I was in a hurry. Now, I might do another coat of that. It's not so important to do it right now, though. So previously I mixed a black, so I'm going to use that black now. I'm just thinking, do I want to try to do a little bit of her braids here by everything I'm doing right now. I could probably just painted this black and then done these lines a different way. Now, I kind of invented a bunch of this stuff anyway in the outline because it's so dark. I think I did turn the brightness way up to see if I could see these details. Now the earring is technically supposed to go in here. But I'm still going to paint the braids as if the earrings aren't there. So I can just put the earrings over top. Oops. Okay, so, oops, let's get rid of some of these big, strong ridges in here. Okay, I'm going to take my black, some glazing fluid here. This is a relatively transparent black. So it's, you know, it might look good at the moment, but probably it's going to dry and go a bit clearer than it's going on right now. I'm going to take the same black that's got a bit of glazing fluid in it, but I've put a bit more black back into that fluid, so it's probably like 50-50 glazing fluid to black. That makes it easier to do like smaller details, like these eyebrows. So I'm going to blow dry this. You know, I think I need to widen the eyebrows, make them a little bit thicker. So I'll do that, but I'm just going to blow dry this. Singus says, I tried to send money and it won't let me into PayPal. How else can I do it? You can send an e-transfer using, you can send it using my email, which is on the Facebook group. Well, first of all, just thank you. It's a great problem to have. But you can use my email that's on the Facebook group or on my website. You can go to themasterstudy.ca. Oops. Alright, masterstudy.ca. Or you could use the link. Well, I guess that's for PayPal. But you can find my email there and do an e-transfer. Or you can donate during the live stream here using the super chat function, they call it. I love how Frida kind of defied standards of beauty, or so-called standards of beauty, you know, that have been established by probably a bunch of guys in a science lab somewhere, by growing out her eyebrows, for letting her mustache grow in, you know, things like that, that still to this day is controversial. still to this day, many places, if you were to as a woman, wear, you know, like your facial hair. Everyone's got facial hair, not just men, right? In this particular way, you know, you'd like you're making almost a statement, like going outside like that. You know, like women who choose not to shave their legs or their armpits, things like that. And, you know, it's like, it doesn't bother me 1 second. But, you know, like my daughter and I go swimming usually about 2 to 3 times a week, and Vancouver's a pretty progressive town, and so it's not unusual to see women at the swimming pool who maybe defy convention by not shaving their armpits, which just seems like kind of but obviously there's lots of older guys around, and it just blows their mind. They just cannot compute. Which I find just funny, you know, and you know, because you can, especially, I'll be sitting there and sometimes I look over and there'll be some old guy looking at me, kind of like, you know, that's pretty weird, right? And I'll just sort of smile and look away, like, dude, if that's something that is hard for you to deal with, like, imagine men had to shave their armpits or their legs. Or they would feel ostracized. Well, that wouldn't happen. Men are so lazy that just would not last very long. Okay. Diluting my black a little bit too dark, so let's just a few places, just lighten that up a bit. that's it. This is all a disaster waiting to happen. Just blow dry up. Oh my goodness, you're really pushing your luck here, kiddo. Okay. I'm gonna blow dry all of that again. Sorry, I had the sound off for a little bit there. Talking to myself. Talking to myself. You know what? I'm gonna blow dry that because I can't remember what's wet and what's not. flower in her hair here. Focus. Okay, let's try to do this quickly here. We're gonna take some of our warm red and white. I'll put a bit of glazing fluid in there. It's kind of a little bit sticky, so I'll just make it easier to paint with. Notice how I mixed it in on top of a previous darker color. I don't mind if the paint's a little bit kind of, you know, it's got a few extra little bits of color in there. I don't know what the logic of this flower is, so I'm just kind of making this up as a little bit here. It's a little bit too hard for me to really see all the detail. I don't know if this is probably nowhere near biologically correct, but okay, now I'm going to go in the opposite direction. I'm going to take just some white. I don't mind if a little bit of, I didn't even bother cleaning my brush, I just wiped off the excess paint. Just going to take a bit more of that. I'm not going to paint over everything. I kind of like a little bit of this yellow showing through. Okay, now I'm going to go swing in the opposite direction. I'm going to take my warm blue, warm red. Come on, it's getting pretty sticky here. And get a darker, deeper, cool red, kind of verging on a purple. I'm going to mix I'm going to mix a little bit more warm yellow. Warm blue. Make it darker green. I'm going to go the opposite direction, take a little much more yellow on my brush here. Where are we? Let's get even more. Stephanie says, when you have to guess how the painter actually achieved the result, especially in my case, I don't always know what I'm doing. I love the flower. I don't think things have to be correct to be beautiful. Senga says, mine looks like a woman having a facial. Honestly, I need to take a picture of it and post it. I hope you do. Yes. I don't think there's anything wrong with what you're creating. I'm sure it's beautiful. Okay. So we're just mixing up a little bit more black. Okay. So it looks like we're all done, right? I'm super pleased how this turned out. Right, are we all done? Anything missing here at all? Looks pretty good, right? I think there might be one thing missing. Singa says, when is the next drawing lesson, Michael, and what are we learning? I think it's next week. I haven't looked at the calendar, the schedule yet today. I think it's next week. It'll be a little bit of a surprise. Singa says, I've paid money before through Super Chat, but don't want them to take a cut. Well, that's cool. I guess you could try. I'm not sure what's wrong with... Oh, I'm assuming PayPal should be working. I don't know if it's maybe your account you can't get into. That's probably the best way, or you send an e-transfer using my email. I don't know if your bank allows you to do e-transfers, but again, I appreciate that's something you're trying to do, so that's great. Thanks for supporting the channel, Singa. Now that we've got almost everything done, I want to just go back here, do a few little finishing touches. I think I'm going to do the eyes, and if there's time permitting, I'll come back and do her earring. I mean, I'm running short on time at the moment. I have to leave the house pretty soon here, so I'm going to do the eyes, and then if I feel I still want to, or I have time for the earring, let's do that. So let's just see how these are looking at this stage. So strange, like this looks there's like kind of a yellowy orange quality to it, I see, but in person it's very different. It's kind of a peachy quality that I think is very close to the original. It might be still a little bit more yellow in here. Could maybe have put a bit more white in, but I think it's working pretty good. So anyway, let's go to do our outlines around the eyes now. So really we're going to be just using this black that I mixed up like an hour and a half ago, and we're also going to be using some glazing fluid. So I'll put my glazing fluid here. Let's take a bit of this black. My goal is not to make it super diluted, it's just to use this glazing fluid to get a bit more, to liquefy that paint a little bit more. This makes it a little bit easier to paint with. It's weird how different that skin color appears on camera. It drives me crazy. Ah! Oh well. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? So now I have a choice when I do this as to like how wide open do I want her eyes to be? How round do I want these shapes to be? Top eyelid is always darker and thicker than the bottom eyelid because the eyelashes are casting shadows onto the eyeballs. Now I'm adding a little bit of those eyelashes there just to kind of help my painting along, especially if like you feel like you've given her a bit more of a 5 o'clock shadow or something and she starts to look more like a dude. A little bit of the eyelashes are just gonna make her look a little bit more feminine again. Okay, so now I've got kind of my eyelids started to paint in. I can now look at these eyes and think about like, which direction are they looking? You know, in my painting, they seem to be sort of looking a little bit past me to the right, whereas hers, they're looking right at me directly. So I'm gonna move the eyes over a little bit by widening that. Like, look how just doing that all of a sudden changed her gaze ever so slightly. Let's do the same thing over here. So now she appears to be looking, I think, at me. You know what? I'm going to blow dry this here. I'm going to take my black with glazing fluid, quite a lot of it, and I'm just going to darken these eyes a bit, especially near the tops of those eyelids to give it the appearance of shadows. You'll recall earlier on in the episode, perhaps, when I painted these whites, I was like, they're too dark. I think I might need to actually brighten them. And here I am darkening them. So that should be just a good reminder that just because it looks one way at one point doesn't mean it's correct. You need to get more of the paint on there before you make too many rash judgments. Here with light glazing fluid. Oh, you know what I need to do too is on her collar here. It says those little shadows on the eyes make all the difference, and I agree 100%. Right, a little bit of shadow just gives so much depth. Actually, I'm just gonna check the original. It looks like we could maybe do another one of these up here. Just gonna blow dry that. Singa says, was that the style back then? Monobrow? I don't think so. I don't think it's ever been really in style. I mean, maybe it's part of a Mexican culture I'm not aware of. I certainly am not an expert on Mexican culture, even though I've been to Mexico a few times and absolutely love it. Never been to one of those resorts, although I've had many friends who've enjoyed that. I'm a bit more of I'm less of a beach guy and more of a city museum kind of guy, and Mexico City's got plenty. And considering the state of the world right now, going to Mexico and supporting our brothers and sister in Mexico is I think a great idea. Went to Mexico on our honeymoon, and that was during the first Trump. I think Trump had just got elected back then, and everyone was so nice to us. First of all, even when they thought we were American, they were nice to us. even though they probably shouldn't have been. But especially when they found out we were Canadian, their eyes just lighted up and they were just so excited. It was also amazing to see how many, so many people were like, oh, I've got a daughter who's in school in Montreal. Or a lot of Mexican people have family. A lot of Mexican people who live in Mexico have a lot of family in Canada. I think there's so many terrible misconceptions about Mexico that are formed from years of terrible and propaganda that's based largely on racism. But I think anybody who's actually been to Mexico, in fact, I'm sure there's lots of people out there, but I've never met anybody who's been to Mexico and didn't like it. Or is there violence in Mexico? Sure. But there's there's violence here in Canada too. There's places here in Vancouver that you don't really want to go to unless you're buying meth or something. Right? So, if you've got your wits about you and you're not walking around 3 a.m. in dangerous areas of town, no matter what country you're in, you should be pretty safe. Right? If you're in a touristy area and you got your $5,000 camera dangling around your neck and your wallet sticking out of your pocket, well, that's also a stupid idea. I'm not going to say you deserve to get robbed, but don't blame it on the Mexicans if you get, or whatever culture you're in, if you're behaving like a moron and somebody takes advantage of you. Yeah, Megan says, there's violence in the United States. I felt safe in Mexico. Yeah, the only time I ever felt a little bit unsafe in Mexico was when we went, I can't even remember the name, it was 7 years ago now. I can't remember the name of this place. We'd actually just come from visiting the Frida Kahlo house, the Blue House. And further south, there's these like gondolas you can get on, and it's in a little bit of a shadier area, but a lot of people take taxis and go directly to that area, whereas we kind of were like, let's kind of just walk it. And you start getting into a little bit of a shadier area, and you could see some people were looking at us kind of a little bit, eyeing us a bit, and you could see some locals were like, giving us that look of like, you better make sure you're walking quickly and keep your phone in your pocket kind of thing. And I'm sure there are some terrible areas of Mexico, run by the drug cartels, but obviously, again, it's not like those are the areas that we're going to deliberately go to. Now, I'm just looking at the side of her face. There's these little bits of lighter color there. So I'm just debating, should I try using any of my background paint? Okay, I think I'm gonna have to omit the earring today, even though it might be quite significant. Maybe it was given to her by Trotsky, who knows? What? Did I sing the theme song to Cops? Bad boys, what you gonna do? Oh my goodness, if I did it, I don't know how it slipped out of the deep unconscious somewhere. Just taking another look here. Yeah, I don't want to push it. Yeah, you know what? That's good enough. Let's. Getting a little hungry. I've been painting for a while here. Okay, we've arrived at that time of the day here, or the painting, or the class, to do a little side-by-side comparison. See how things turned out, and if we're happy with the results. Just a quick reminder to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. I forgot to do this at the beginning of the video. So, you know, about 70% of the people who watch these videos are not subscribers, so it's very easy to support me. It doesn't cost you a penny, just an extra little click with your mouse on the computer, and that radically transforms my life, especially if you hit the subscribe button and notification, because, you know, my schedule's a little bit all over the place. Consider scanning the QR code or entering in the address you see there. It'll take you to the PayPal page where you can safely donate to support the channel. I am totally dependent on support from people like yourselves to keep the lights on and paying the internet. I literally lose money by doing all of these episodes. I'm certainly not rich doing it, so if you'd like to see more of these episodes, a little donation, $5. If even just all the people watching today donated $5, that would pay the internet for the whole month, and I'd be able to do more of these episodes. All right, so that's what the PayPal looks like. You can also donate by sending an e-transfer, check in the mail, donate through Super Chat. All those links are down there below. Also, I want to encourage you to join our Facebook group. I think it's 2 weeks from now, we're going to do our next feedback episode. So whether it's a painting by Frida Kahlo or Tom Thompson or any other great artists we've looked at recently or from years ago, I would love to see your version of it. And if you've been doing the drawing course and you want feedback on the drawing course, I'm still here giving people feedback on the drawing course. I'd love to help you do that. We are doing more drawings as part of a master study series on drawing. So join the Facebook, take a photograph of your artwork, load it up to the Facebook group. Everything that's on there, regardless of what it is, I will give you feedback on it, assuming it's a drawing or a painting. Okay, so let's go to the original. So there's the great painting by Frida Kahlo herself, and then there's my version of this painting to the right. Now again, on camera it looks definitely noticeably more yellow. Mine has got much more of a peachy kind of quality to it, which is, I would say, color-wise, my version in person is pretty close. I mean, it might be slightly more yellow, but not nearly as yellow as we see on camera there. So that's, again, something I need to sort out. So, you know, the big thing we're missing is the earring. I just don't have time to do that today. A little bit disappointed, but I don't think it destroys the painting. I am noticing that eyebrow over there looks a little bit thin. So I'm just going to try to build that out a little bit more. Right, I think I could even have made them bigger all over the place, but I think, you know, just in terms of the fact that I have to go here, I don't really have much choice. Just gonna widen. Just give us a little bit more roundness to those eyes. I mean, her eyes do look a little bit smaller in my painting than in the original. I think it's fine, but, you know, if I was to do it again, I probably would have enlarged them just slightly. I don't mind them being a little bit small. Okay, so let's dive in here. Let's zoom into a part of the painting. Where should we start? Let's just start at the very bottom here, I guess. What am I doing? Okay. So that's the bottom right of the painting. Again, you notice the missing earring. That's kind of a bummer. I just ran out of time for that. Again, I don't think it's a make it or break it, though. Personally, maybe if there's time in the future. Sometimes think about going back and fixing some of these or adding things I missed. Let's go to the opposite side here. Man, that skin tone on camera drives me crazy. That really yellowy orange, but whatever. Yeah, I'm happy with. Oops. Well, there's a little bit of. Forget about it. I just somehow smudged that. Let's go. Let's look at her lips here. So I think I think that looks okay. You know, one thing I didn't do, I forgot to put highlights on here. If I was to put highlights, maybe a little bit of highlight on her lips, right beneath her nose, on her nose, bridge of her nose, maybe even a bit on her forehead. I, you know, ran out of time, but that's okay. I think it's fine without those things. The shape of her lips is just slightly different. Maybe there should be a little bit more of a bump on here that maybe should be a bit more symmetrical. That should be not quite as kind of plump there. So minor difference. Let's look at her nose. In mine, her nose looks a little bit pointier. Hers is a bit rounder. So that's a little bit of a difference. Also, you know, the cheek here on mine is fairly, you know, consistent, whereas in hers, you can see it kind of goes in a bit, comes out, which is quite natural. That's like the teeth. Sinks in right below her cheek. So there's a little bit more nuance there than there is in mine. But these are the things, like, you know, when we're working quickly. Let's look at these eyes. You know, she probably worked on this painting for maybe a couple of weeks. I mean, this is just one part of it. There's the whole rest of her body's there. Let's look at her eyes. Yeah, same sort of thing. Her eyes are a little bit more closed in my version than the original, and you can see that by looking at her irises here. You can almost see the whole bottom roundness of that eye versus mine. It's been trimmed a bit. I don't mind that. It makes it look like her eyes are just a little bit more closed, a little slightly less open. Let's look at her hair and her ear over here next. So also the fact that I painted some of these details in the hair, despite the fact that they were going to get covered by her earring, shows why I do that, because I ran out of time to do the earring. And so rather than this being kind of unfinished, I can just leave it. I can walk away and be like, well, it's not exactly the way I want, but it is what it is. As opposed to had it been totally just a mess here, I would feel like a lot of pressure right now to go in and continue working on that particular area. Again, I think I'm just going to put a little bit. Very subtle outline there. Just tidy that up just a tiny bit. Okay. In terms of her ear, that could also have been a bit more red. Right now it's a little bit still, I did add red to it, but you can see red, as I said earlier, you could pretty much add a lot of red. You pretty much can't make ears too red, just because they're so kind of, the skin is so thin in those areas that they tend to look quite red. The way that I've painted the braids, I don't know if I'm super happy with it. If I had more time, I probably would have done a little bit of some highlights and shadows even in the braids. I think the flower turned out reasonably fine. It has a lot of detail in there, and I kind of like how that turned out. It's definitely very stylized. I could have really tried to look up this flower and find what it looks like and paint from life, but I was just like, you know what, let's just get this done as quickly as possible. The leaves from the flower are a little bit brighter, more visible. I don't know if that's supposed to be a bow or just her hair's been woven into like a ribbon or something. So mine is maybe a little bit more clear in that sense, as opposed to hers is a little bit more ambiguous. But I think also just remember that probably the size of that head was about half the size of my head in the actual finished one. So she's also has less detail there. Anyway. Run out the door here in a couple minutes, so I think for a morning and early afternoon's worth of work, not too bad. I'm pretty happy with that. Okay, everyone, thanks so much for painting along with me, keeping me company in the chat. Thank you for all the beautiful comments there. Thank you so much, Singa, for trying to contribute to the show. I appreciate it. We'll see you guys next week. I might even be doing a bonus episode tomorrow. So, again, hit the notification bell so you know when that's going to take place, if it does. So, if so, we'll see you tomorrow. If not, we'll see you next week. Okay, everybody, have a great night. Have a wonderful morning, maybe. Afternoon. Middle of the night, go back to sleep if it's in the middle of the night. We'll see you guys again soon. Bye-bye. Take care. Whoa.